Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. All those people I just said hi to. Hi. Yes. Yes. This has been a scatterbrained week and weekend. PF Dennis, welcome back. I'm glad to see you. Hey, Rushmere. What is that? Mudlubustus? I'm missing that. Hey, Lord Getface. Hey, Roy. And there's a Oscar here too. How are folks? Here. You gonna come over here? Come over here and sit right there. There you go. Co-host, thanks for being a member for 42 months. Wow. My sound card was doing something goofy. Hey, Dr. Dave. You got quite a long name there now. Hey, Daniel. Hey, Wick Central. Okay. We are back on the TriMax setup. But I want to show you something first. I'm going to move this over here. And like this. Alan Hopkins. Thank you for being a member. Hey, Holtz. Hey, Neil. And PF Dennis. I don't know if I was muted or not, but I'm glad to see you back. I hope you're doing well. I'm just going to put it on this view for a little bit here. And we'll just let this sit here for a second. Susan came to visit. Who's that? Hey, Toxoid. Hey, Delvin and Kenneth. Tuxedo. That is blue. This is not TriMax. This is not TriMax. Oh yeah, no lazy Susan. No lazy Susan. I have not had time. Hey, Zach. So I'm just gonna let this sit here for a second and see if anybody notices. So here's the deal here. So this is going to be the Stealth Changer build, right? I've been talking about this for a long time. This is not Tribent. Tribent is a space gray frame. This is going to be the Stealth Changer build. This is the V2 beta kit that I built. One of the first builds I did on the stream. It is a great blue. Very happy with the color scheme. Everybody seems to like it with the gray and the lull spot green, kind of a little Subaru-ish inspired. But I've been reprinting all the parts, rebuilding it because it was an original frame. It was quite faded. It was nowhere near the same color as the Stealth Changer extrusions. So I bought a new frame. Bought a new frame from it from West 3D, and I've been rebuilding it, which means reprinting the parts. So I spent some time last night chatting in Discord and rebuilding it. I've been reprinting the parts in a different filament. This is why. So this is the Polymaker Gray ASA. Light gray is a really difficult print filament to tune in. These layer stacking artifacts were really getting to me, so I've been spending a lot of time troubleshooting that and trying to up my print quality, and I wasn't having much success, and it was delaying the build. I was getting frustrated, delaying the build, so I decided and I realized that Polymaker has a new filament called, it's their ASA 8% carbon fiber. So I went ahead and ordered a whole bunch of this because they're 500 gram spools. There's a good reason for that. They're 500 gram spools, and here, those rear drives look so much better. Not 100% on board with the kind of heathered look because it is carbon fiber. I'd be really excited if they did a glass fiber version of this, especially for the lighter filaments. You can get much more vibrant colors with glass fiber rather than the carbon fiber. But this is all 0.2 millimeter layer height, what I normally do for everything. So I saw Liz in here. Hey, Liz. Hey, Steve. ASM, Skyrim. I'm probably gonna miss folks. Hey Moji. Mad Owl, GTR Dad. So I was rebuilding this last night and I was actually paying attention to this particular problem. And some of you noticed that it is not that the deck plate is on backwards, because I was replacing all these printed parts. So the frame was already built. The electronics are mostly in there. I put the gantry in backwards. So I put the gantry in backwards, even though I was paying attention, I thought, to avoiding that mistake, and I did it anyway. So I know some of you like seeing that mistakes are made by everyone. I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal to pull this apart, but Andrew Rogers, thanks for the super chat. Hey Clownhammer, hey Adam, hey Reth. So anyway, that was very disappointing last night. I had got it all done. I was super proud of myself, and I was working on, what part was it? Oh, I was setting this part in place because I rebuilt the whole thing and I got all the way to exactly where I was, and I needed to go one step further. And that was installing my little Z umbilical piece. So I'm one step further than I was before. And then I set this thing down and I didn't quite understand what was going on. And then someone in chat mentioned something and I'm like, oh crap. That's not right. You know, right. So anyway, little aside there, let's get on to Mad Max. Let's get on to tool head building. So I think I'll leave the printer down here and just pop the tool heads off and bring them up. Hey, Laura girl. Slightly darker blue frame than the V1-8 frame. They're really all over the place. It is hard to stay consistent with anodizing colors. I imagine there's a price point that is trying to be kept to. I think the cost would definitely go up for more consistent color matching, but I kind of think it might be worth it. I think a lot of people in the custom build space would probably be okay with that. Oh, the routing through the Z drives isn't a big deal. Works really well. I found out last night, it works really well to use a small, thin, this little ruler works really well to help guide the belts through the Z joints. Hey, Pathetic Puma. So that is the Stealth Changer build. Today, we're going to be working on the Mad Max tool changer build. Stealth Changer, I'm most likely going to use ant heads. Although Yavoth looks like it has a pretty good support as well. I haven't built a Yavoth, but I think I'm going to build one beforehand and make a decision then. I suspect ant head looks better though. Anyway, I'm going to leave the printer down here. Like I said, I'm going to pull up all the bits and pieces. I did do some test fitting, but like I mentioned last stream, I did work on, so I've rebuilt both tool heads. LEDs are in. This worked out fine. I didn't have any problems with broken wires. I added, I made this, instead of 36 millimeters long, I made this 42 millimeters long. I was gonna go 40, but I'm so close to 42, I had to go 42. Everything else is in here. The little bit of extra space I added for the fans seemed to do okay. It's not stretched here. The bolts went in better. I got the Gen 2 board. So then I worked on the tool board mount setup. And this was a pain because this took me over 4 hours yesterday because I got caught in the model that's out there on the Armchair Engineering site for the wristwatch G2 EBB or whatever mount is really kind of bleh in terms of, it probably works fine for its purpose, but remixing it was a nightmare. So what I ended up doing is I took the CAD model for the EBB 36 Gen 1. I went in and made a bunch of measurements to change the shape of the board to match the Gen 2. And then I modeled this from scratch. So that just took a long time yesterday. 5-tool Telxoid on the Stealth Changer. I think I'm told I could fit 5 tools on there. So that's the plan. So, and head looks, but I like the simpler assembly of A4T. Yeah, A4T is pretty nice, just the so few parts. So, hey Zoid, just started tapering my second torque. Leave it all in the box once printed so I can build at the same time. Oh, cool. Hey Zara, how are you? It is a 300, yeah. I'm told with a 300 I should be able to fit five tools. It's a 300. Quick aside, 2 things. Polymer filament giveaway. 3 things. Pin, post, and chat. We will be raiding over to the 1440 makers stream. After this, it's a charity stream benefiting the World something kitchen. WCK, I think. Shoot, I can't remember. I'm drawing a blank. Anyway, charity benefiting World Central Kitchen. Thank you. Thank you, Trainwrecker. I will be a guest on there in the content creators panel. There's going to be a lot of us on there. The list is like 12 people long. It's going to be fun. I won't have to say a lot, so it's going to be great. But also at, I think it's 4 p.m. Pacific time. It is currently just after 10 a.m. Pacific time. West 3D is hosting Zaruncho, the creator of the Mad Max setup here on their Meet the Maker. I'm not raiding over to that one. I'm raiding over to the charity stream that I'll be a guest on. But I want to let you know that West 3D is streaming as well. Oh yeah, time change. Yeah, I should have been more ready today because of the time change, but I was dumb and stayed up too late. I realized I decided I had extra time because of the time change, and I used that on the wrong side of the bed. Going to get one of my Tridents to build 2.4 for my tool change, but I always wanted a bigger printed, so I need a new frame, new bed. Just make a whole new printer at that point. Bill, Squishy World time. Member for 42 months. Thank you. Okay, we need to get going on this. So the plan here today is to talk about the mounts I made and actually wire up these tool heads. Hey lol, playing with my Frax arm and kicking myself for not building something like this sooner. You know, lol was on there last night. Lol and a bunch of other Voron folks were in chat last night when I was building this, that V2. And I was doing a lot of heat sets with my Frax flex arm here. And it really highlighted that this is really good for me. The other, the Vector 3D, the Iconic Lab ones are really nice and they do the job great. What's really nice about this for me is I can swing it out of the way quickly when a cat gets near. The cats were begging for attention last night, and being able to do this and then swing it out of the way quickly when they got in the way it really did highlight that it's a good setup for me. Turtle did a great job on that. What else do we have here? Do we have a Kilo's here? Welcome, Kilo. Okay. You see the blobs about the new Prosa Core 1L. The Core 1L looks really cool. I'm not going to order one because it is a pre-assembled machine. The reason I got the Core 1 pre-assembled is because it was the new thing. It was really cool and I really wanted one. So that's the bottom line. I wanted one. and then I built a kit later. So I'm not saying I won't buy or end up with a Core 1L, but I think it's really cool. I think the bed is a good idea. And I like that it is the size it is with an efficient footprint. It's similar to Voron's. I want one, but I'm not gonna, I don't want to, I would have to buy one, and it's not, I can't justify it. I have 35 something printers. So, and many of them work just fine. Now, an index version of Core 1, if it's in the L flavor, that might change my mind. But okay, let's get on this. Hey, Alex. So let's talk about this a little more. So this is the mount that I came up with. It does use 3 mounting points. The wristwatch G2 has an additional heat set mounting point here in the corner. So we have our 2 from the stepper mount, and then 1 here. I did get to use the mill yesterday. I needed 18 millimeter standoffs. I had 21. So I set these up in the vise and shaved 1.5 millimeters off each end. And now I have 18 millimeter standoffs for my steppers. I'm gonna make a Core 1 Mini with a 180. Yeah, I agree, Kilo. I agree. That would be pretty nice. Seems that I think a reason to buy it when I have so many in that range. Same for Index. I'm hoping for a Core 1 upgrade kit there. Agreed. I'm hoping we find out about their Index variant at Formnext. I'm sad I won't be at Formnext for day 1, which is when all the announcements happen. I'll be traveling, and I might get there late in the convention day. Might be able to get on the floor, but I won't be there like last year where I was there for the opening. Does that public need that mount? It will, Alex. As soon as I confirm everything fits, I'll publish this. We'll talk a little bit more about that. I want to talk about the standoffs. So those are there. I'm pretty pleased with the fairly quick nature of just chucking these on the mill. It might have been a little quicker to throw them in the lathe, but I'm not ready to do that. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. So winter days are very dark. Oh yeah. So that's that. So then the mount here, and then so I am planning on at least trying. I'm kind of getting some reports that because of the Maxwell coupling, we may be running into a similar problem we did on the Mercury 1, where we don't have quite rigid enough of a setup for the Revo PZ to work well, but we're going to try it, and we're going to find out, and we'll adjust if we have to. We might end up using the Maxwell coupling as our Z. I think it's already set up that way. I think we can share the pin for Z and X probing, but I'll have to make sure. So with that, I did design this little spacer here, and it has a spot for the PZ ribbon to go around, and then it'll come back around and plug in here. But this is a spot for the PZ, and then a screw goes all the way through here. Yeah, through here and into the heat set there. And then this will set on here. Now, the thing that I'm doing here that is a little interesting, and I am really happy that ended up centered, because I kind of had to guess on where this is, because this connector is not centered on the board. That connector is not centered on the board. Cattail probe. Hey, Benny. I'm not really a fan, and I've done this on most of my printers, of just securing the strain relief part of the umbilical cable and then letting this run around. So I added some mounts here and here So the plan will be for this to go here, and then this is going to take a sharp bend down and connect there, and then loop around and come up here and out. I think that'll be a slightly more reliable way of mounting this. We'll see. Overall depth, I don't think I'm any worse than any other tool board. This is within 2 millimeters of the stepper here, and this is an existing the dimensions on this board are basically the same as the one I based it on. I just modeled it from scratch. Is it long enough? I would imagine it is. I'm only adding a few inches by looping around. Rat rig, if the rail's being mounted differently, has stopped it. I don't know, Taylor. So anyway, we're gonna try that. Some of the stuff that we try may not work out that great. We might have to change our plans in the middle of it, but that's where it is. What we may have to change is probably gonna have less Z needed, more flex available. Yep. What we will be able to do, because it's not likely to change based on any little tweaks we have to do here, is we're going to wire up the tool head now. So that means getting everything in place, cutting, crimping, just lots of crimping and planning for the wiring today. So let me get out the crimping tools. I did wear the wrong shirt. I probably should have wore the crimping ain't easy shirt, because we're going to do a lot of it today. We're going to do a lot of it. Hey, Kenneth. Key back for the umbilical. Not on this printer. It's too small. Oscar is... Okay. So, as we found out, we probably need to do treats early. Felix gets around, we'll do that. They were both here for treats yesterday, but let's do treats early. Let's kind of... So we got the Oscar. Oh, there's two chews there. I heard two chews before it disappeared. Hey, Bearded Bucket. Joseph. Happy birthday, Joseph. Happy birthday. Everybody say happy birthday, Joseph. Oh, you let it go flying. Undivided attention. That is an air tag. That is. The very short version of the story is last Halloween, Felix got out. Black cat on Halloween got out and was in our backyard and scared the bejesus out of us. So we went with air tags for both of them for a little bit of peace of mind of being able to locate them if they get out. Yes, this is true, Wick Central. Okay. I gotta get busy. I gotta do stuff. Oh, let's get that and that. That'll do. Oh. Summer Rectum. Thanks for the super chat. You stay there. All right, so first thing I want to do is take this thing apart. Or did I miss other folks with birthdays coming up? Awesome. Something else I noticed today, I think, if this stream here today is the 300th stream in my YouTube studio. Now, I've done more than 300 if you include the collab streams with Daniel and Taylor. But this is the 300th stream listed in my YouTube studio. That's nuts. Congratulations, Alex. Sleep is so fantastic. 300 streams, over 300 streams, and just over, right at 50 months. It's right at 50 months right now. Okay, so we're gonna pull this out so we can properly route this. So here is the Steve Alpha. Thanks for becoming a member. That's all. Thanks for the super chat. How many streams would like to get to someday? I don't know. I'll just do this until I can't, until I don't. I'll do this until I don't. So I had to take this off because there are 2 heat sets I need to put in the back here to hold the board. And we will put that on both of these, and we'll put the heat set in this guy, and I think that'll do it for heat sets here. So, this guy out here. There we go. N+1. Streams, no fatalities in all your digits. It's a pretty good record. I've spilled a little bit of blood. It happens, but yeah. And one more. Okay. Rejoining with new account. First and so last to make that mistake. Are we getting some confusion in the beard names? So something to be aware of and careful of that's specific to this Big Tree Tech Gen 2 board. Show you here in a second. There is, I noticed, an extra tall component on the back. There's a little inductor here that if I hold this like this, you see that thing sticks up almost 3 millimeters. I imagine that might be the cause of many a help ticket, Big Tree Tech, but hope not. It does have an impact on design of these. I did increase the height of the standoffs here to accommodate that. Hey, Wind Farms. Aviate Rick. Look in the bottom of the Hudson Bay is further south than I am. Bearded Puma. EBV 36 Gen 1 had horribly small screw terminals. Yes, I would imagine. We showed that last stream, the difference. The screw terminals are much larger on the Gen 2, which is a good thing. It's a crush washer indicator. Okay, there's that one. Let's heat it up. It I keep playing around trying to figure out what particular motion will trigger the little motion sensor for restarting the timeout timer. So that's why I did that. Okay, this is really a tight fit here. Squeeze down there without hitting the wires, but it can be done just barely. There we go. Okay, so that should be all the heat sets we need to deal with today. Put that out of the way. Vertical motion works best on mine. I've tried all over the place. I haven't quite figured it out. I'll try more vertical shakes. Okay, so let's start with the hard one, I guess. This one here. So we have the tool head mostly assembled, screws going in, holding the extruder to that. On the board, the hot end and thermistor on this side. So even though we have a lot of wires coming up this side, we'll send this up that side as well. We'll just have most of the stuff over on that side. Although it doesn't, there's no reason why we couldn't send, let's see where other things are. Maybe we can send like the NeoPixels over to the other side or something. Let's get a good look at this pinout diagram of the, let me clean up my windows here. Here we go. We have the Big Tree Tech Wiki, bttwiki.com. We go down here and I'm just looking for, so I used this from the model I made. I took this 42.92 millimeter height. I noticed just comparing the two that basically everything from here down was identical. So I then took some quick measurements to get a pretty good approximation of the profile, and that's where I ended up with, and it seems to have been pretty spot on. What I'm looking at here is I want to find out where like the NeoPixel port is. Oh, okay, so it's on this side as well. So NeoPixels should come up this side. It's just the shortest path. Fan 2 though is the hot end fan, and maybe I'll send it up the other way. So I'll send the hot end fan up along with the part cooling fan on the other side. Oh, you're right. I need to put heat sets in there. Thanks, Collie. I knew that. And I did decide, I specifically made the decision to use heat sets for this because I'm going to use the screws that came with the PZ board because I don't have the depth to put like some self-tappers in there. So, and I happen to have, I ordered ages ago, some selection of CNC Kitchen heat sets, and M2 was in there. So let's actually, the use case for having multiple of these here on the bench is, let me swap out, since this is cool, hasn't been used in a while. Also, I did finally do a little, let's see, little bit of Gridfinity here because the base of the Frax flex arm can be a Gridfinity spot, so I have extra heat set tips there. So nice little spot for that. So let's break out this guy so I can use the M2 thing. Oh yeah, that curve motion, Bearded Bucket, that's a good point. There we go. We'll get that, and then grab a 1, 2, 3 block for a flat surface. So we can have some sort of flat surface there. There we go. Right like that is what I want to do. A4T wire channel for hot end fan comes up on the right, I think, so you may have a cross. I'll have to cross over, yeah. But I don't see any reason why I can't cross over. There's nothing back there. There's nothing in the way. In this case, I don't think there's any issues with that. Just need 2 of these. Now I made a guess on the hole size here. I'm hoping I'm reasonably close. Okay, what is this? So that should do that. It says these are 3.6 millimeters wide, so I did a 3.4 millimeter hole, assuming it would end up a little smaller. Oh, that's, my muscle memory is definitely set for the Frax Flex arm, because I tried to move this. I don't know if you noticed. Tried to move it in a horizontal direction. Okay, so that'll do. That'll do. Thing over there. Those are in. Those holes could be a little tighter. I might go 3.2 millimeters. For the proof that you can use 1, 2, 3 blocks for just about anything. 1, 2, 3 blocks is one of the most useful tools on the bench. In terms of atypical tools, I use 1, 2, 3 blocks. I use Sharpies a lot. Yeah. Okay, so that's that. Where is my PZ board? Hopefully it's over here. Board for the PZ. Lots of bits and pieces. Where did I put? Oh, there's the screws. There's the 2 screws. Those come with the PZ. You right here? Nope, you're not right there. Have one up here. We're not going to be powering it on today. I'll just use this one. This is the extra 19 volts one, but it'll be good for a stand-in. We're not going to be powering it on today. I just don't want to spend any more time than I need to looking for it. Okay. So we take this and we're going to take the hot end. This is the hot end fan. Get these guys untangled. There we go. So these are going to go up through there, and this is just going to travel across the back. I don't see any reason to risk breaking stuff, to route this, to rotate the fan in there, because this can come across here, and the that bends up just a little bit just to get over into there. Go up through there. And then the plate goes on back here. And there is nothing in the way there of that going across. Nothing gonna poke in. I don't see any issues. How much force does the PZ probe take? Very, very little. I know Telxoid. I chatted about that a little bit as a potential issue, and we may end up having to shift gears to using the Maxwell coupling as Z probing. But I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I can do that sharing the pin with the XN stop, since I'm using that for the XN stop. But the PZ probe requires very little. I mean, you can tap it with your finger to trigger it if it's set up right. Which day are you going to form next? I'll be there Tuesday, hopefully Tuesday late, but I'll definitely be there Wednesday and Thursday, all days. I was going to be there Wednesday through Friday, but I may get an opportunity to go visit Stefan and his setup. So I'd be leaving Frankfurt Thursday night. At a conference in Frankfurt at the same time, might also go to Form Next. You should, Mike's. And if you do, shoot me a DM or ping me on my Discord. Ping me on the Discord is probably better. Or any other low force probe is generally preferred. Yeah, I'm hoping PZ works. I've heard that it can trigger early because of the Maxwell coupling, but we will see. Or trigger inconsistently, I should say. Hey, TJL. Forces Z probing via Maxwell took, so an alternative was preferred. Okay. Boydie. How you doing, man? Okay, so that's going there. This is going to come around. The PZ probe wire ribbon cable is going to come around. This here on this side, and then this on some of these fans wires and stuff. I'm just going to tuck this wire kind of far down. There's no reason. I can save myself some wire length, and basically use these areas here as my service loop. Oh, and that works out pretty good. I can just kind of sit in the top couple of grooves in the heatsink and not be a problem. Yeah, you can go out of there too. I wanted to know what else Prusa is planning on announcing. I really would expect to see some info on that, what they teased with the Index and Core 1. Okay. Oop, this one comes over here. This one comes over here. So all these come over here. These, will this kind of tuck in? I think so. I think that will just barely tuck right there. And then the last thing we need to do is figure out which side our, so it's going to go like that. Which side our end stop is going to be best to run to. So we have an end stop and it's kind of in the middle. I might run it up this other side because it has fewer wires anyway. So we'll run it, we'll run the end stop up this side. Speaking of which, we need to set that up now. Hey, Andres. Yeah, the heatsink won't be hot. This is all PTFE wiring. And there's no, I don't think that there is any up here. It's solid, so I'm not losing any airflow. I'm not blocking any airflow as long as I keep the wires up here in this last couple of fins, because it's solid because of the PZ probe anyway. So if I just take it across at the very top here, there's nothing to be lost. Hey, James. Yeah. So that, and we have to set up our end stop wiring. So this is going to go on here. We want to bring it up this side. So let me grab some wire. And what did I do anything with? I just did all black wire. That's fine. Where is, do I have some handy black wire down here? Ah, what's this? What's this? Black wire. Woohoo. Is any mod or way to put a decent camera to replace the, I don't know anything about P1S there, James. If you already know what wiper ooze solution to use. Nope, no idea yet. All black wiring with no labels. That is a good point. I should break out the labeler for this stuff. Now this is the end stop wire, so it's not polarized. It's okay for it to be all black. So what I planned. So we do need to pull these off. I am going to do a little solder joint instead of crimping those, just because these are way big for this wire, and I'm just going to make a mess of trying to crimp those. So instead of deforming them and causing any issues here, I'm just going to do a little tab of solder in there. So let's go ahead and do that. There is some nice wire channels here that we can utilize. And we are going to wire both plates. We are going to wire both plates. That'll give us a maximum flexibility in what we're doing. We won't necessarily be, I guess it would allow it to home. I don't know. Can you do that? Can you home to two different inputs? Probably not. Probably not really going to help us in that way. But it will give me maximum flexibility in how I utilize the tools and stuff and configure things. So instead of wishing I had it wired, I'm going to wire them both. Let me swap out. Oh, that's already swapped out. Tuxedo, thanks for the gift of memberships. So, I leave for Formnext 2 weeks from tomorrow. Who am I going to see there? Who am I going to see there? Okay, here. This should be hopefully a fairly quick and easy little solder job. This is 24 gauge wire, PTFE. I'm going to use the 26 gauge spot. Works. I may actually do this. Let's try this a little extra, just to give us, fold this over before we tin it. It's a little bit extra mass there. Both plates should be wired for tool detection anyway. Oh, good call. That works. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, so I didn't even realize that was a thing. I'm glad my default plan is in line with that. Extra heat here to get a good tin on that. All the way, all soaked in. I'm hoping I don't need to switch to a bigger. Nope, that looks like that'll work fine. Oh, where'd you go? Where'd the wire go? Got to hold it steady there for a little longer because there is more thermal mass on that ring terminal than, ooh, yep, and that is hot on that ring terminal than most, but I do have a good, good shiny joint in there. Yes, so something Tuxedo's talking about is solder does like to wick, especially in a stranded wire. You will get solder wicking up underneath the heat shrink. This means that the stress point of this is not necessarily here. It might be up inside of the insulation, but this is all fixed and won't be moving. I think we don't have any, shouldn't have any issues with that. I am going to put a little piece of heat shrink on all that, but this is going to go up into here. And this side is just going to go out. I'm just kind of getting an idea for wire lengths. So that's going to do like that, and this is going to go up to the tool head. So I'm going to give myself about that much wire, which is more than I need. Go ahead and cut that. And then the other side. Do the same thing here. A little bit more. What do we got? Let's go. Treats and gone. Treats and gone. Do you think the majority of future builds will be updating and recycling existing printers you have? I think that is probably true. I think that is probably true. As far as upcoming builds, I've got at least the next several months booked solid for builds. So here, I kind of liked the view last time, kind of the good soldering view. So let's do it again. Actually, let's do this. There we go. So this piece here is what we're soldering. Something that on this is a good point with this is I'm not trying to stick the solder, the iron in the center of this. I'm going to put it right below it actually, and a little bit of solder on there to help promote heat transfer. Then I'm going to feed the solder into the hole. That'll tin that. And then once again, I'm going to heat the outside of this, and that will flow, and then you hold it. It is, there we go. Relatively a lot of thermal mass there, but hot. You'll see a little bit of solder on the still extra hot, but everything's shiny inside. I'm not building anything else unless the Phoenix. Hey, Robert. It is a crimp connector. It is, absolutely. We're not using it as such because the wire gauge that we're using is so much smaller than the connector. And it's not going to be moving. There's nothing here that's going to cause it to be a problem. Hey, Shuffly. And a little bit of heat shrink. How do you determine what prints you do on which printer? I notice you do quite a few on your Core 1 for the stream. Is it just convenience? A lot of that is determined by what printers I have functional at any given time. Honestly. Since I don't mess with the Core 1s, I don't modify them, they tend to be, that is the whole purpose why I have them. They're the workhorses. They're the make sure I can keep things moving. Although, let's see where that might be. Something around here as a demonstration. The Core 1 is not great at one very important thing. Where is that? Aha. This is that ASA carbon fiber 8%. This is the stuff I was printing. I cannot print this on my Core 1. All of those parts were printed on my Gray Trident. Gray Trident does really good at this, but this is a very brittle filament. A little surprisingly so for being 8%. That won't print reliably on my Core 1. You would think that it is the bend into the tool head. I'm not sure. I suspect that it's actually the neck extruder, because you have the drive gear and then you have two bearings here that push, and then the filament's going through here. So I think this bend here is where it's breaking. So I print with the printers I have working at the time. It's just by the nature of what I do, since I leave the Core 1s as the consistent machines to be available, they end up getting a lot of the workload. Do you print that with a G2E? It is my Trident here has a orbiter. It has the orbiter on the Zoll tool head. Okay. So there's that on that side. Let me put a piece of heat shrink on this one. The Core 1 printed the Tridex. Yes, this Polymaker is exceptionally brittle for the carbon content, in my opinion. Well, in my observation. You printed the ASA CF08 fine on my Core 1, just needed a lower flow, like 95%. Had nothing to do with flow on mine. What color? Because it could be a color thing. The only color I have experience with is the light gray. Hey, Ramaline. The only color I have experience, and it could be a color, a difference in between colors. Well, Jackie, welcome. Next shooter. I cannot print the West 3D Ambrosia PCCF on the Core 1 because of the brittle, because it's too brittle. This is all why I suggested and asked Scott, Edge of 3D, you should check out his filament testing videos. He's been smashing it with those, literally. And I suggested that he add a bend test to his data. So it is very, has nothing to do with color at all. There's carbon fiber is brittle. Well, there's more to it than that. Questionable choices. Nothing is black and white in this industry. Come on, you got to realize that by now. There are tiny little variables that make things work for some people better than others, for some things better than others. There is something, my experience is only with the gray on here. Someone else here is saying that they can print it on their Core 1 just fine. There's some variable there. So hey, Deanna. So those are going to go up like that. And then this one will follow this channel here. This is my experience, and I've had that happen with our PPCF as well as the gray. There's lots of little, it's good to hear and note the experiences, but drawing a conclusion, or at least recognize that there could be things more than just it's PP, it's got carbon fiber in it, it's going to not work or whatever. Okay, come up through there, and we're creating a little bit of a cable jail here, but that's nice and neat. That works. Hey, Mark. Wonder if it got much carbon fiber in the mix and making it more brittle. It could be that particular roll. I had reasonable luck printing, so I was talking about this gray. The parts that were on the printer looked better. Maybe this roll that I've been trying to tune, something's wrong with it. I don't know, but lots of things. Okay, so this is gonna go here. That comes up. I think I've got enough wire there. Might be barely enough wire, but for good or bad, we've got that one done. I have navy blue, black, and sand. All are as brittle as yours. Yeah, and when I need to just get prints going, I can't rely on the entire roll going through that core one just fine. If I get more than a couple of breaks on there, then I'm moving on to the printer that I think is going to print it better. So, okay, this one to there, it's about that long. And then do I have enough? Just seeing if I have enough with this to do the same thing. I think it's not quite long enough. It's not quite enough. Yeah, that's the same length there. I don't think I have quite enough in this wire to do the other carriage. So let me grab another length of wire. Not like I don't have a surplus of extra wire. Ivan. Hi, Ella. Ivan is amazing. Okay, there we go. What is this here? It's the same wire. I can feel it. That one's just a little longer, so I'll use that. See if it's enough. Good printer. Thanks for gifting memberships. Tight bends at the extruder. That's where mine broke. I am curious. So it's only 8% carbon fiber. A lot of other stuff is 10, 15, 20%. I wonder what makes this more brittle than some of those. Does anybody know what the fill is on, anybody know what the fill is on Filament PCCF? What percentage? Do they publish that at all? It prints beautifully on the core one. Oh, so I said something about I made a mention of the 500 gram spools. It's seemed kind of odd that this was 500 gram spools, but it's because of the brittle nature of the filament. The larger inner diameter on these spools, as you see, allows the resting state to be a larger bend radius. So it's less likely to break as you get closer to the end of the spool. And this one, I printed this whole thing. The first loading into the gray, I had a couple of times when I bent out of the way too much and I broke it. But once I had it loaded, it worked just fine. I had one failure early on because of broken filament very early on, but then it printed the next 400 grams, no problems. What size of wire am I using? This is just 24 gauge wire, just surplus wire strands. Goodard Bucket, thanks for gifting memberships. Prusa printers using carbon fiber, recommended infill settings. So that's infill, but what is the carbon fiber percentage? What's the carbon fiber percentage in the filament? Okay, so let's get this and the other carriage. Here we go. So these are basically going to be interchangeable at this point because I have no idea which I built first, which I built second. Bill, welcome. 11%. Let's see. Let's start with the short one. Hey, Bob. Doesn't say. Yeah. I was looking for it. I was looking up a data sheet for something else. Oh, it was the ambrosia stuff. I was curious what it doesn't say it either. These chopped sorter turns and some others. Go. The troublemaker. Yeah. This would actually be better if I didn't use the little silicone pads on the grippers because I would sink some of the heat away. Okay, I'm going to do heat shrink as we go. In this case. Can't really find it on Prusa, but Google says by the weight 10%. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to use this. It's the gauge for wire length. These out. We're going to live or die by what I set before. Now, do we have enough this wire to go up and around? Yes. Cool. We probably had enough of the other one now that I look at that. But this works. Hey, Alex. Miss Poity is disappointed in the lack of kitties. We had kitties earlier, or at least Oscar got treats because Oscar can be quite persistent until he gets treats lately. I think I've encouraged that behavior. $300C materials. I wouldn't, if they say they don't require an enclosure, I'm not sure I would trust that or expect that to be the norm. They don't need a high chamber temperature, but I think having an enclosure with a reasonable chamber temperature, and 60 or so, is probably where you want to be with those RAM. I wouldn't expect to have consistently good results in an open air printer, even if you can get the nozzle temperature up where you need it to be. That's exactly true, Tuxoid. Oh, and these heat sets, me putting heat sets on the for the tool heads doesn't seem to have had a negative impact on assembly. Well, let me take that back. It was more difficult to put the heat sets themselves in because it's too close. I couldn't get my iron down in there, so I had to put a screw on them and then heat them up with a regular iron from the side. There wasn't quite enough clearance here to put the heat set straight down. See, those are pretty close. So I put a screw in from this side and pulled it on it while I heated it up with just a regular bigger iron tip from this side. So it wasn't a great assembly experience, but it wasn't terrible either. Heat shrink. Did I put it back? No. Where did I put it then? Over here. One more little piece of heat shrink. Helps. I'm surprised Core 1L only goes to 295 in the 60 chamber. Well, it's still an extruder on there, and there are lots of factors there. Their ecosystem with brass nozzles. I think they would need to introduce something else in like the HT90, maybe a lower end HT90, an entirely different series to introduce higher nozzle end temperature stuff, because there's too many brass nozzles and stuff in the Nextruder ecosystem. They would have a support nightmare, I think, if they introduced something that was compatible with those that printed above 300C. All those high flow hot ends with inserts, dropped my little thing of scraps. Fortunately, only a few fell out. All those high flow hot ends with inserts, once you get those above 300C, the chances of that insert popping out is pretty high. Yeah, the CH, yeah. All materials benefit from chamber, but overhangs and speed may suffer along with the risk of heat creep on lower temp materials. Back when you built the underwire, you had a printed ledge that went over the SKR Mini for the Pi Zero. If I'm asked, where did you find it? There is one of those in the default switchwire files out on GitHub. There's a chance I might have a modified version out on my files, but it's a file that's out there. It's what do they call it? What was the file name called? It's like Pi, I don't remember what it's called. Hi K8S, welcome. Okay, so we're almost done with this bit. So this guy goes up through here. Oops. Go around that way. There we go. Oh. And then up through here. Okay, so that is wired. We have that much left over. That's pretty good. So we'll just use this as our primary thing. It's really good. I'm liking that. I expect I did all that right. I hope I did. Let's take this guy now. These all go to this side of the, in between the fan and this little thing here. Put all these up through here. Yeah, nothing I'm blocking there. So these come over here to extend. I'm sure we're gonna have to extend these wires on here. So maybe let's put this in place temporarily. Let's see, all that extra room. Just throw this on here. So there is Telxoids, and wherever this came from, the model has an extra little piece that goes here for another mount point for the tool headboard. Since I have this one, and this actually gets in the way of the acetal rods on the carriage as it is, I'd have to cut them down to use it. I'm just leaving it off. I don't think it's 100% necessary. Hey, John. So that, and then I found out we're gonna have a lot of extra wire here just hanging out for a little bit. Let's take this apart to get this out of the way. So I think I want to take this up, but I might want to take this underneath the, if it'll fit. Trying to fold the stepper wires. Let's take this off. Bring this up and lay them in a line along the stepper here. Like that. And then put this on. And now that'll get those stepper wires out of the way and it can flip over and plug in there. Okay, so tighten these. Good little ugga-dugga and a half. There we go. Good little machine marks for me cutting those down. Okay, so now all this goes here. This guy goes right here. I think I can run at least a couple of wires through that little channel. So let's see how that works out here in a bit. And this guy will go on like this. So not tightening any of these down completely yet. go. And I need a 35 millimeter. I was using a socket head here. I want to use a button head just to match the rest. That is longer. How are we doing on likes? 90 likes. We don't have 50%. It would be nice if we got to 50%. After the Polymaker filament giveaway, remind me, and I'll give away 5 of the gifted memberships I get 5 of the 10 I get every month. Give those away early so we don't have to worry about doing it later. Just hit 100 likes. Okay, so that is on there. And then this guy is gonna go right there. 1.5 millimeter. Yep. Go. Okay, so that is that. And then we can put on heads. So there's a little extra piece of plastic here to help support the board on the bottom, and then the connector supports it on top to keep this from rotating this way. Oh, I need longer screws for this, probably 8s. Eric, haven't seen you in a while. We need to meet up. We need to go have a beer or something. I need to give you your knife. From all the way at the first vice, Whopping borrowed your knife or something. I told you about it, but I need to get it back to you. It's sitting right here. I've had it close by. There's a little pocket knife. There's that. So now we can figure out exactly the path that everything goes on. This means there are 130 moms who are currently disappointed in their kids' life choice for not hitting a button that costs a little less than 130, but I see your point. Okay. Okay, so I think that is everything coming up both sides here. We got a good balance of wires, I think. How do you keep your workspace organized? My workbench is always such a mess. What the? Oh, that one. Exhibit A, B, C, D, and D1, D2. Here's a D3. It is not clean here. It is simply not clean. Hey, Death Cube. And that's just what I can point out on that camera view. It's awful. I get so... Move mess out of camera view, yes. You need to do a stream of how Steve organizes stuff. Oh man. You know, I got on, so on last Wednesday, I didn't stream. I didn't do a scheduled stream because it was beyond what I had gotten to the point where it really needed to be cleaned. So it did get better. We jumped in Discord and hung out while I cleaned up. So if you're interested in hanging out anytime, just keep an eye. Discord link is in the description. I need to set up a notification so I can send a ping to people who want a ping. I do opt-in notifications only. So, so I need to set that up, but occasionally I jump in there when I know that I'm going to be able to be at this spot for a consistent amount of time and just hang out. And it's a good time. We had 12 people or so in here, just chatting. I'm stalling a little bit just because this is going to be interesting. Not really stalling, but okay, let's start on a side. I think it's going to be easiest to start over here. And you know what? Those are going to just reach. I think those are just going to reach without any change. So that's fantastic. This is, yeah, that is pretty fantastic. This is a, can I still see it? 40 watt, okay. No point tidying, entropy always wins in the end. So the interesting thing, this may look fairly deep. My space here is exactly 20 by 20. And much of that 20 by 20 is used by about 2 feet of built-in cabinets that I had done when we first moved into this place. So this is a good spot. I left my DRO on, I see. But it probably looks deeper than it is. Okay, that's just gonna go there. I'm gonna be referencing this diagram a lot. The thermistor is right here. So that is going to have to reach across and plug in there. Oh, I'm totally giving up on parking in the garage. There's no chance a car's going in here. Absolutely tiny hot end power connector on the EBV30. Yes, it is larger on here, which is fantastic. I barbecue. I'd like to barbecue. I don't. How is PZ probe going? I have it on four printers, and it's working fantastic on those. We tried to get it working on the Mercury one, and we made good progress on it, but because of the way the tool head's set up, it's not ideal for it. Yeah, not even my little Maverick won't fit in here. Separate connectors for the fans now. Yes, that's a big plus on here. It's the separate connectors. Okay, so this is gonna go there, and then this has to reach, and it won't quite reach all the way over to the plug it has to plug in there. This is a XH connector on here as well, so that needs to be swapped out. So I'm gonna come back here, and I am going to just cut the heat shrink away and just solder some longer wires on here. I'm not gonna extend it again. I'm gonna just splice longer wires into the existing spot. But let's pull this connector off and get some more blue wire and go from there. It's over 5 times the size of my little bitty workshop. Wow. PZ probes at work are Revo Voron hot ends. Yes. This is the first PZ washer I tried because I'm not using a PZ a Revo Voron in it. Okay, before I go, so these can cut off, but because this fiberglass shielding is a real pain in the neck to deal with, I'm gonna slide the heat shrink on there before I cut the old stuff off. I'm gonna slide that heat shrink on before I cut the old stuff off. Then I'll get some more blue wire there. About that much. That's good enough. So then I'm going to, hopefully this is of a size that will slide on there. I have a feeling it might not. Nope, I'm not going to be able to get it past there. Darn it. Maybe the next size up will still shrink down enough. Because that stuff is a real pain. That fiberglass shrink is a real pain to deal with. So I'm going to try the next size up and hope it shrinks down enough. I think it probably will. It probably will, so we'll try this. that. The reason I'm doing this is because getting heat shrink tubing over the strands of that fiberglass or fiber, not fiberglass, but fiber insulation is a pain. Just pull these off. There we go. Old heat shrink just pulled right off. See how long we need, so it'd be easier to manage wire length here before I remove those. There we go, this will work. You can do a smaller heat shrink over the wire joint and then a larger one over the fiberglass and cover the other heat shrink. Yep, could. We'll see how it shrinks down. This will be plenty. So if we, stripping that insulation is also, yeah, you need a nice sharp cutter. So I only need, like, if I put another 2 centimeters or so on here, if I go to here, that'll be plenty for me to cut down to final length. Just do 2 of these. Okay, now these can come off. Go. Go. Yeah. Brushing up. Am I getting? No. Go. Hey, J Bob. Go. There we go. Okay. Inspection. Yep. Those are good solder joints. I think these are going to shrink down enough. So I want to just barely cover. I want to have far more on the fiberglass side and just barely cover the PTFE side. Yeah, that shrunk down just fine. Oh, hi, Kobe. Yep, no issues. YouTube shenanigans, yep. I imagine you're seeing that on more and more other channels. I think ModBot finally got this new setup. Okay. So this, yeah. Oh, and then I do want to label these. So, to the extent I can, let's see if we can get a reasonable label set up here. What do I have in there? 5.8. There we go. So what do I have here? I got dead batteries is what I have. I have dead batteries. Do I have my power adapter in here? Yes. My labeled power adapter. What made you use the big tree instead of the LDO 36 version? Because the big tree stuff is new. That's the full answer. New hotness. Not to say the other is old and busted, but this is the new hotness. I did not label the label maker. I should. Okay. Now let's turn it on. Let's see what I have in here. So lots of stuff that was here. I think this is for Phoenix. Last time I used this. So these EBB 36 Gen 2s can be CAN or USB. And we're gonna try setting up one as CAN and one as USB. Okay, clear. Okay, so we're gonna need, we're just gonna say TH thermistor. It's the only thermistor that's gonna be on these, I think. And then we're going to need RGB. Actually, let's do this. TH, RGB. And you know what? I'm gonna go lowercase in all this because it'll make it a little smaller. TH, RGB, GB, oops. A couple of spaces in between. And then we have fan part, and we're gonna have 4 of these. Part, do as many of these as possible because there's always some waste on the end. So the more you can do in one go, the longer the cartridge will last. And then fan hot end, and then X stop, and then what else do we have? RGB. Don't need to label our stepper. I'm not going to bother with labeling the stepper or the hot end. Those are very unique, very easy. Is that it? I think that's it. Not going to label the heater. Yeah. How much is the printer and the labels? I bought this ages ago. This particular model isn't available anymore, but they've recycled it into newer models. It's probably about $100 for the label maker. Cheaper ones will do the heat shrink stuff, but I buy the generic heat shrink stuff off of Amazon. See you, Neil. Fireworks are making dog go crazy. You sit with him with a loud movie. Yeah, good call. Talk to you later. Oh, what did... PT710. Yeah, this is a PT600. PTZ600? PTD 600. Okay, I think that'll do. You don't need the extra spaces at the end. So you need an extra gizmo in the comm chain to set it up and go bad. There's a way to go, but it can't be daisy chain. Look, almost a year of development and a couple of prototypes being sent to testers to get them to this point. Okay, here. Let's go ahead and print that. Cut. Okay. See, you get this much wasted on either end. So the more you can fit in there in one go, the better off you are. And we just go in with our side cutters here and side cut. So the other thing I have in my back pocket is sometimes you use heat shrink to help label wires, or you want to use a certain color or whatever. The excess on this can be really handy for labeling something white, but then take a color Sharpie and color the heat shrink label, and it sticks a whole lot better to this than it does to the bare wire. So you can make basically whatever color you have Sharpies for, you can make a little label, a little heat shrink piece that color. The Epson wastes far less media. That's good to know. Is the media as available? Yeah. Oh, I don't know why I just threw those heat shrink scraps in my little tool drawer down here. I need to go over here in the heat shrink scrap. Say that even once fast. Heat shrink scrap. scrap. Heat shrink scrap. Okay. Thermistor, there we go. Okay. Sometimes splitting, what just fell? Oh, just a little printed part. I'm afraid to be ruthless when throwing stuff out either if I can't sell it. I have had good luck with the generic heat shrink labels. Oh, that's why, because I was trying to go the wrong end. Let's use the non-sharp pointy thing. There we go. Let's get this thing in here. Okay. That's gonna go there, and then it's gonna come around. It's just gonna basically come around and plug in right there, I think. So, cut these here, around there. So I think I'm gonna cut these. I'm gonna leave this pretty much full length. Then we need our JST pH. And what did this come with for connectors? Came with, we'll just use the stuff it came with. Use all the stuff it came with. Oh, we got a little itty bitty red heat sink for something. We gotta figure out where all those go. Where do they recommend they go? That should be in the wiki. Where do the heat sinks go? Especially since there's 3 of them this thing comes with. Okay, we need a little 2-pin pH. Well, these might have been pretty easy to cut down too. I prefer using terminals from DigiKey. I would agree. I would agree with that. I think you're going to get more consistent especially if you're newer to crimping stuff. You're going to have more consistent luck with the brand name stuff. The bottom line is, I gave up on keeping name brand stuff separate from the generic stuff for these terminals, and because I haven't had significant issues either way. But driver, USB hub, and MCU. Which is the USB hub chip? Is that this? Is that this guy? Or is that this guy? So there's the MCU. There's the stepper driver. Is this the USB hub or is this guy? Anyway. Okay. Let's see. Where are your helping paws? They're around. They must have found something else to do or somewhere else to sleep. I imagine they'll come and visit at some point. I've taken to just leaving the door open now. I want them to, Oscar is the one that tends to like to come out here on his own, but I want them to just, I introduced them to the garage. They like it out here, but now it's their choice if they come out or not. I don't want it to be a trap spot for them. Below the MCU is a MOSFET. That makes sense. So the one to the left of the MCU is the USB hub. Okay, so this is not polarized, so this can just go in however. Okay. I'm gonna put a little twist just on the PTFE side of this, just to help keep that a little cleaner going up through here. Little heat shrink on that. Very steady hands. I would be able to not drop the terminal from the wire. Yeah, it's all about figuring out the technique that works for you. I see a lot of folks put the, oh, there's, speak of the orange devil. Setting it in first, and I'm all discombobulated here because I'm trying to do it left-handed. But you could set this in, get it all set, and then put it in here first, and then put your wire in and then crimp. Looking forward to soldering 0.3 millimeter thick enamel wire next week. Fun. That is really small. Okay, that's there. This is the, oh yeah, because RGB is here on the end. Oh yeah, okay. So RGB. So this is going to go here, and I'm going to take it around something like that. So I want it to go in and then out, I think. So I think right about there. Don't want to forget the label. .3 millimeter thick wire. That is just about hair thick, huh? Little bigger, but not by a whole lot. Okay, so that label's there. There, and there. We need 3 more of these. 1, 2, 3. And these are, so the top pin here is ground, the bottom one is 5 volts, and the center one is signal. And the terminal, where's that? Here we go. That goes in there like that, which means as we're holding it here, there's ground, signal, 5 volts. So ground this way. Signal. And 5 volts. I would probably say I truly have about a 99% success rate on crimps. Considering how many I do, it's just practice. I do not also have dogs. I love dogs, but it just, there's a whole other level of commitment to caring for dogs. Okay, and then we'll put a little twist on this as well. I often do the twists on the wires, mostly for, oh, and look at that. That showed a weakness in, I didn't have that one all the way into the crimp, so into the terminal. Why didn't it go all the way? There we go. Good to keep an eye on that. There we go. That's good. Okay, so that's there. Most of this doesn't really matter on the EMI. It's more about, for me, it's more about wire management. So those two are there. Those are going to plug in. So now we get our, we can get our hot end fan here. Don't want to, no, those are up there. It's right there. It's right there. And then we're going to give, there. Okay, so 3-wire hot end fan is going to this pin right here, and that's going to come up through here. Now the question is this the one? I might try to send this up through the, let's get rid of these, the tinned ends. Would benefit from you doing it through anything analog. Right. Let's see if this will go up through here, because I think this and the there we go. Yeah, I think that'll work. And then it'll just pop right up right there. Now I'm going to give this a little extra, and I'm going to tuck that extra down into the there. So making sure if I want to change this up, it's not going to be a lot of extra, but a little more than I might normally if I didn't have this extra cavity in there to hide my sins. There we go. And then we have a fan hot end. What do we got? 1 more hour till we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. The port which patches through CAN bus 5V or USB depending on the mode. Does the toolhead board have a USB hub for connecting an eddy? Yeah. Is that this? Yeah, here. Let's see. Where is that? Reset button. Which is that this guy? USB or CAN? Yep, right here. USB or CAN. It's right here, depending on which mode it's in. Here's the USB CAN selector. This is our 120 ohm resistor for the, if it's CAN. So is this, plug it in, what is the state? I mean, we'll look at the documentation, but is there a jumper there? It's USB or CAN? When the jumper is populated here, which mode is it? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just crimp this side. This is more thin gauge, so I'm using the 30 gauge spot on my stripper. CAN has the jumpers. USB doesn't. Cool. Okay, so the pinout on this is 5V is the center, and then PA4 and PA2. So detect versus, so the 5V in the center, black to the right, yellow to the left. This is the RPM signal. Hey, Killer Prince. Welcome. How was your stream today? Dropped in for a little bit. Okay, so this is another 3-pin, and this one goes up, which means yellow is on the end here, and then red, then black. No. Yellow. Red. I'll just reach over with my index finger there just to help get the terminal out of the jaws sometimes. It's the other. I don't want to put any bends on these that aren't necessary. Okay. So, yellow, red, and black. Give it a tug test. Just twist the last little bit here. Whatever we'll twist here at the end. Okay. Whenever I crimp wires, I start with about an inch of excess wire, then finally get a good crimp. I'll just be about the perfect length. EPA 85. Okay, coffee gone. What do I have here? Okay. Now, oh, we have the fan on the other side too. I didn't finish that side. So this fan just goes right here. So it's going to go along the outside and plug in right there. So we'll just cut this off, a little bit of excess. Split the wire. Polymer Red just won a Scovie Award 2 days ago. That is awesome. That's really cool to hear, Pex Peppers. Truly is. I really, really love the Pueblo Red. It is good stuff. I am a wimp when it comes to spice. So okay. So put the label on there. Leave these pretty. Okay. A few of these done. We're getting really close on here. I need to make some connectors for the, or a connector for the probe. That's something that we didn't label. We didn't label the PZ probe. Okay, what is the polarity on this thing? So we've got 5 volts on that side. Is that where it would be? Yep, so it matches this. So we'll just do a connector to match that, which means it goes this way. One. And a 2. Armor 3D, welcome. Okay. These guys into here. Go. Label up there. And I have 2 more crimps to do. Well, 2 more cables. Stepper and the other fan. So this will be the same thing. It goes right here. We'll cut this about here. Fan part label. Oh. So there we go. apart a little bit. For this tool head, what? What for this tool head? Hey, Christoph. Oh, 2 more crimps. For this tool, well, yes, this is true. We've got a whole other tool head to do. But we will, I think what I'll do is we'll do all this. Instead of just watching me crimp continuously all stream, once this one's done, we'll get it set up on the printer and work on things like the end stop, the Y end stop, which I fixed the part and it's on there, and kind of get a gauge on wire routing, umbilical routing, you know, work on some of that. So it's not just a whole stream of watching my fingers crimp. At the level of professionals, you might simply do all this with your nails and fingers. My poor nails and fingers, though. Okay. One more. So how do I want to do this? I want as much extra here as possible. So I might try to loop this around and tuck it into between the stepper in there, because I don't want to cut that as short as it needs to be. I think I can tuck it in there just as a extra little bit. So maybe I'll do this right here. That's a good length, I think. Something like that to start with. We'll see how this works out, but we'll do that. This straighten out. We'll put another twist on it if we need to. You know what? I take this nozzle out. There's a little 0.4 millimeter Revo high flow. What's going on these? Oh, almost. It's the weight is a little wrong, but at least it's a little easier to hold and balance. So if I take these out, these all straightened out, little trim. Hey, Thinkley. Okay, so we're going to keep the same, I'm going to assume we're going to keep the same wire order, relative wire order. So blue, red, green, black. So let's just do some, yeah, and I wasn't going to label this because it's really necessary. It's a unique connector on here. It's not going to get plugged in. Be easy to deal with. Blue. So this may be, unless people remember and come over here, this might be a good chance for, might be a low entry day for Polymaker Filament. Got a lot of stuff going on today. We got the 1440 makers, and we got Grant expecting to stream extra long today. Grant just got back from China. Him and Jacob are talking about the Prusa announcements and the trip. So they've got a lot to cover today. What do you think of the printing with silicone? That's a interesting thing that wasn't expected. A special, expensive, but whatever. Tool head for printing with silicone. And that they're mixing at the, what are they doing? Grant was explaining it earlier and Jacob's mind was blown. Silicone thing being big in car culture. We won't get into the potential other uses here. Just a warning to everybody. Keep it G. The accelerated already might be something I'll get. Yeah. I've seen it's costly, but not compared to other solutions. Here using binary silicone and mixing it in the tool head from 2 feet. Yep. But it's in, isn't it in filament form? The 2 feeds? Okay, do we have a 4-pin in here? There we go. There's a 4-pin. So what are we doing here? Blue. Blue. Red. Red, not green. Green. Let's get you here. There we go. Green and black. Make sure we are fully inserted there. We'll do a, I don't know if it'll be a good idea or a bad idea to twist this, because we need to fit that in the, we'll give it a little bit. Now I'm hoping I can wrap this around and tuck that in. Oh, are you kidding me? Why did I do that? It's a full XH. Did it include a full XH connector? It did not. Well, that was dumb of me. I just did all of that for nothing. I'm gonna have to crimp on an XH connector. It's a full XH. The empty tubes are routed back out somehow. Interesting. It's like filament-shaped toothpaste dispensers. Interesting. But that was annoying. I should have looked at that closer. I made an assumption there in the... Good thing I gave it extra length, yep. That's what I get for thinking I was close to done with this tool head crimping. Pull these out. Okay. Cut these off. Bye-bye. And now get some. It didn't come with the stuff to crimp that. It came with everything else, including extra fuses. But it didn't come with P8 or XH stuff. Two, three, four. Let's see if I have a black since we're using all black. Oh yeah, I've got tons of black 4-pins. The release show the filament is just a container and there are other options for contents, maybe 2-part epoxy. They mentioned JB Weld. That would be amazing. That would be amazing. Blue, red, green, black. Just go here. It's a little off. Let's skip. Choop. You guys get out of the way. One at a time. One at a time. At a time, in turn. Now the thing to see is, will I make the same mistake on the next tool head? Dragon burner supports CPAP. I don't know. Okay, where's that terminal? There we are. So, blue, red, green, black. Black, green, red, blue. There we are. Blue, red, green, black. Okay, now let's see. We can get this to come around, tuck down there, and plug in. First thing plugged in. Just gently this in there like that. And that just saves me if I want to change configurations, I have a little extra stepper length. Since the stepper's coming out right here, basically, that's a really short run if I went direct. But that ties it all out of the way. I'm gonna shrink the rest of these wires, or the labels, I mean. Oh, I missed one. End stop. Didn't do the end stop. Why didn't anybody tell me I missed one? Make sure not to have them cover. Yeah, I can get to it. I can get to that one. Right there and right there. Reset and boot. Okay, so this guy is gonna go here. Where does my X stop? Where's that gonna end up going? That's gonna go right there. So if I take this around and follow the fan wiring, it's gonna plug in right there. Leave that basically at that little bit shorter, right there. And then X stop. Nope, tool head. All these are upside down. X stop, there we are. You prefer the 42 board to the 36? And really, it would fit in basically the same spot, right? There's no real reason. This format, similar to like it'd be nice to just kind of work within a smaller, more standard board, I think. Like the Stealth Burner board is in general, for long term, it doesn't have a very long-term prospects, because we don't want to be locked into using that board with every revision. It's a very specialized, single-purpose setup. So I would probably agree, if the 42 version is still compact, and I mean, I think it's basically, it would fit within this same basic envelope. This is, so in the rank of things, I think Stealth Burner is the least useful. This is probably number 2, and 42 might be number 3. Oops, this is pH. I've suggested a dongle that connects from these boards to the Stealth Burner daughter board. Oh, well, that would be interesting. That's a good suggestion. I like it. I do. I like that suggestion. Might be a little complicated if you're wanting to run cable chains. Okay, 2-pin guy here. Polarity doesn't matter. Now we are. I'll give it a twisty twist. And shrink this one. I do have this FFC cable. I've been being very careful not to get it in the path of the heat gun. That would be awful. Okay, so that guy plugs in there. This part fan plugs in here. RGB plugs in here. Hot end fan comes up and plugs in here. Maybe a little zip tie there, little zip tie there, Yeah, that'll work pretty well, I think. And then these guys come up and around. Is there one of these longer than the other? I think this guy will go. Let's see, do I have a little screwdriver out? We are almost done wiring this thing. Should be good to 400C. Okay, I didn't know that. I was just being extra cautious then. Oh, look at that. Look at that. That went right in there. Look at that. Biggest improvement on this board right there. So being careful on these, I know Phil had mentioned this and I noted the comment is that you want to be careful when you're tightening down on these terminals. When you get in that last little bit, support the terminal block because it can twist in there and it's not a good thing. Okay, so I'm going to come around like this. Get all of these kind of bending in towards the inside instead of towards the outside. And then the thermistor port is right here. I kind of want to go under all of this. Under this to there. So there, and then let's grab some zip ties. Have zip ties out and about, or are they in the... There they are. That is turning out. I'm pleased. I am pleased. Some. There we go. 5413 just received an LDO kit for your Verse Boron 0.2. Still waiting for the printed parts to show up. Awesome. Wally 3D, are you here? Hi. Kapton tape. Yeah, I need to do the piezo wires. Yep. I hadn't forgotten about that. I was just kind of enjoying getting this stuff going. So I think there is a little zip tie spot here. So we're going to grab all of this here. Some of this I want to push back into this cavity in here. I know I'm not on camera, but okay, so it's gonna go like right like that. Not too tight. It doesn't have to be cinched down. Just controlled. And then this. I'm going to take around there and I'm going to put another zip tie. This little bit right at the right up here. That'll make that. Hopefully we'll have to see if I need to tweak any of these in any other direction to make sure that we don't get in the way of the dock. Hopefully. I don't know if Tuxoid or anyone with Mad Max experiences here, but I have a feeling I need to keep this as clear as possible. Which means bringing all this stuff kind of up as much as I can. Bend those. Yep. So then this guy is going to go here. Let's see if we can get this ribbon cable in here. wanted it to go through here along with those. There we go. Right like that, and loop right under into here. I think that's pretty much exactly what I was hoping for. It's just a matter of getting, oh, magnets. Just a matter of getting it up here past all these wires, and this is a little fun. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay, these tweezers are awful because I'm only grabbing at the very tip. These tweezers are so awful, I can bend them basically by fingers there and expand my grip area. There we go. That seems pretty good out of the way. Where's the spider? Where's the spider? What do you mean? Okay, now this needs to squeeze in here so I can grab these two. That all looks fine in there. Nothing really in the way. Earlier chat talking about spider on your desk. I don't see it, but it's out of focus. There was a spider on my desk? Huh. I wouldn't be surprised. This is Black Widow's garage. I just work in here. One more little... Is this the... Oh, these are the ones that came with the thing. I had some smaller zip ties here. That frame looks like it's not square. What frame? So the question is, are you way, 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 way behind the beginning of the stream where I had the V2 up on here? Above the crimp supplies. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Whoop. He is, oh, chat's in the way. This is important stuff. Find the spider. There he is. Oscar Bug, get it? Yeah. I'm not going to mess with him. He can do whatever. What are you? I don't know who you are. I don't know if I want to mess with you or not. Okay, so we'll see if that's all out of the way enough. No, A4T for the TriMax, ant head for the stealth changer. Okay, now we have one more thing to plug in, and that's the PZ board. USB hub to connect up to Beacon Probe. Need to figure out how to mount it though. Your mount there might work. Oh, Maybe. Okay, what are we going to plug the... Let's see, what do we have available to us? End stop. We've got probe. So V probe. Okay, so that's probe is that. So this is 5 volts or voltage in. So this little thing here is what we're looking for. So we're being very extra careful not to, no 19 extra volts. Hey Damascus, hey Jeff. Who designed the A4T has a CNC cutter coming for it. Yeah, and that could be useful because I am thinking about a future project on here is to put my box turtle on tool 0 of this. Hey Zarp. Okay, so where is the probe? Okay, so the probe is that 5-pin connector there. And we are going to go, I guess, probe and ground and power there. So we'll just go between probe. It's actually already out there. What? I don't think I have any other choices. Or I could do this filament sensor, but I would have to get 5 volts somewhere. So I'm hoping that there isn't any filtering or anything logic here that's going to cause this to be a problem. Wally, send me a DM. Send me a DM, Wally. Oh yeah, the filament cutter already out there. Got it. Anyway, let's see here. I got a couple of DMs here. Send a message here. Okay. I'll respond to that later. Does anybody right now, because I know, what was it? The SB 2209 RP 2040 tool head board, I couldn't use this probe port for a regular end stop. I'm hoping I can use this for the PZ probe. I don't want to split the filament sensor over. I don't want to split I need to get 5 volts still. I don't want to run 2 connectors on that. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Hey buddy. You're back. Oh wow, I have that camera way off. Well, you get some Oscar tail. There we go. Then if he decides to come up here. Doop. Let's see. Let's do a little more investigations here. This stuff, we have interfaces. Is there a probe? Let's see if there's a probe. Find the spider. Is the spider still around? What's he got? He's off. He's off somewhere. I don't see him. Fan output. Let's see if it says anything here about the probe interface. Did I pass it up already? Or is it in? Ah, here we are. Can be seen below. That's pass through. Probe. The probe interface increases feature density on the tool by multiplexing support for the following probe types into a single port. You can configure the operating. I feel like I know it's 5 or 24 volt compatible, but I just need a regular. Ooh, servo pin might be a good one to use. The servo pin has no protection. The optocoupler, I think, was getting in the way of me using the, I could not get a regular end stop switch to work on the probe port on the SB2209. But if this is saying, let's look at the schematic, because I'm pretty sure there is a, here we go, the Gen 2, UBB36 Gen 2. I think they do publish a schematic. Here we are. Let's see if there's anything there on the probe port. Let's download this. Let's go here for a second, just because I don't know what this is going to open to, and there's a couple of areas that would not be a good idea at the moment. Okay, schematic. Hey, one solid cube. So let's zoom in and let's look for the probe stuff. That's MCU. These are the two end stops. So X end stop and filament. Problem is I don't get 5 volts out of those. I really want it on one connector if I can do it. So here's probe, and so servo, I think, goes straight to, but what kind of pin is it? Here's servos. There's servos on it. I think that's probably the safest bet. If I go through probe, then it's going to go through this circuit here, which is an auto isolator, and then to the probe out. So I think I'm going to go servos direct to it, and if it doesn't work, then we'll troubleshoot it. But we need to remember to test the trigger before sending it, but we do that anyway. So I'm going to go to the servo port on this and hope that it works. If somebody has a reason why it wouldn't, yeah, it's connected directly to the MCU with no circuitry in between, which is, I think, a good thing for what I'm looking for. And it is PB5. So I'm gonna go, basically, I'll be doing the first 3 pins on that 5-pin connector. And that's a good point. Kilo. That's a very good point. How would I know that? This is an STM GB01. Let's see here. How far can we dive down this? Where is the technical specifications? G0B1. So here, let's copy that. And my ad block has been protecting me. Data sheet. Yep. So data sheet. Is this going to be okay? So now, oh boy. Let's scroll through here. Put it out in series with the output of the PZ board. Is the PZ output 5 volts? I'm just guessing. I think it's 5 volts. We can check that too. Let's see what this is compatible with. There is so much information here. How many pages is this? 160. Are you telling me it's on page 70? You already found it? Let's find out. PZ does output 5 volts, negative log, low trigger, and you measured it? Okay. Hey, Sanity. It might work on the probe port with opto isolator. That might be safer. Yeah, because if you look at the schematic here, we are sending 3.3 volts in on the opto isolator. Top of page, you saw 3.3 volts. Well, phooey. I heard what Kenneth said with the diode. Maybe I'll just try the probe port then and see if it works or not. We'll test it. We'll adjust. But it sounds like the probe port is going to be safer. Probe port is going to be safer. So we need to make sure we set that to 5 volts. Look at this guy. Oh. Look at this guy, just chilling. Okay, let me grab my wires for this. Let's make a connector. I think it's this guy, the one that I'm running low on. Yep. Oscar will help. Oscar will always help. So this is just going to sneak straight down. Maybe I can use... Yeah, I think I can use that. It's going to be just barely. Red, black, and some color. I've used blue and yellow for things, so let's use a green. Do I have a green that I've already cut in here? Yep, there's a green. So black, red, green. And the connector's right there. Then the pin out here is ground on the end. Let's go here. So that's there. So ground. Our cat's gonna get Christmas outfits. They would not tolerate that. These things are so tiny. So annoyingly tiny. Ground, 5 volts. There we go. 5 volts and trigger. But you can power the PZ board with 3.3 volts, but I don't have 3.3 volts right there. We're going to try the opto-isolated connector. Okay, so now that plugged in right here, and then coming around, and we'll go under. So we're going to leave this as long as it can possibly be, because that's just barely the right length. JSTZH is about the smallest I'm willing to put up with. Yeah, this is okay. So all the way as long as they can be. Doop. 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 And 3 of these. pH is easy. pH is easy. I have no problems with pH. That's what these are right here. anything smaller gets a little difficult. The ClickMate that Prusa is using, those are about this size, but they're a lot easier to deal with. Okay, polarity on that. Where is that? Okay, polarity. So we have ground on the end pin, and this is a 5-pin. Let's see, where does this thing plug in? Oh, it's a 4-pin? What? Oh, that's USB. Oh, that's all the way. Oh, I gotta sneak this thing in on the bottom. Oh no, that's not long enough. I was aiming for the can connector. My wires aren't long enough. I need to redo that. My wires aren't long enough. What are you getting into? It's not for you. My wires aren't going to be long enough, so let's redo that. I was aiming for the wrong connector. Yep, that's my hair. Let's just go fresh. And the black. There we go. And I'm just going to grab a fresh connector so I don't have to depin the other one. So. Where's the other one I was working on? Here it is. How are we doing? We've got, oh, we only have 4 more minutes till we're giving away some filament. Wow. This stuff just takes time, doesn't it? We've been working on wiring, I mean, basically 2.5 hours. I will do the second tool head between streams. So we'll be on to, for sure, there we go. We will be, for sure, be on to more things on the printer. Okay, so now this goes there. This is going to go under there. It's got to reach all the way. You know what? I might send this in between. I might send this in between the board and sneak it up from the bottom so it's not going across and getting in the way of any heat sinks that are down there. So let's try. That's going to sneak across and go in there. Let's give a little bit more. I'll go right there, whatever that is. Now, okay, so the end one is there. So yeah, so black. What do we got? 2 more minutes till we're giving away some Polymaker filament. Be sure to get your entry in, pin post, description, yada yada. You have the luxury of 3 to 5 hour stream windows. I'm stuck at 2 hours. Some weeks it feels like I achieved. Yeah, I get that. I get that. A little bit of feel on that on the Wednesday streams, but I don't want to. There's not enough time. Can't really stream much longer than that anyway. I couldn't consistently do Wednesdays that go more than the couple hours that I have. May end up doing a couple of planned extra long streams after the new year for a particular project that might be coming up. The hope, just the way things have worked, have fallen into place, is we'll get hopefully right on to Stealth Changer after this build, but Stealth Changer might get interrupted for a couple of streams, because I think Stealth Changer is going to take many streams. And YouTube is going to use for me these days, so I put both. Well, you know what it uses now because you just typed something. Okay. Chris J, did you say something else? Didn't you mount the burned out PZ board for size testing? Did you place the good one? No, it's just size testing still. It's still just size testing. Okay, so this goes on there. No, it goes on like that. This is, yep, ground. Then VCC probe. And then we're going into the probe port, which is all the way at the end here. There we go. Stealth Changer, yeah. Configuration was tough. Okay, so I think what I'll do is I will loosen these. I think I'll take this one all the way off. We will pull this up and out of the way. Do this right here. Get that down in there. I probably have to pull this thermistor wire to more easily get access to this guy. Which will, oh, and I didn't label this one. Oops, but it's the only 5-pin connector like this on the board. So that'll go there. This will go there and like that. And we're not pinching anywhere. We will pull that down, plug that guy back in there. Sweet. And we are a couple of minutes past giveaway time, I know. Oops. And those sweet end caps OG Maker made for those X drivers. I do. I'll put those on. So that, I think, I'm not missing anything, right? I think that's a fully wired tool head. That's pretty clean. I like it. No giveaways till 200 likes. Only 19 to go, folks. Only 19 to go. Okay. We can get 19 in the middle of counting down, right? In the next 3 seconds. Hey, Raj. Oh. Wow. Oh. Stretch. Oh. Okay. Only 7 to go. Only 7 to go. Let's see. Let me pull up the wheel of names. And, oh, I don't even have the form. I do have everything set up. I just set it up on the other computer. Okay, you have 3 seconds to enter. We have quite a number. We have 229 right now. So 3 seconds to get your entry in before I close the form. 3. Now, Zero Brain, if you're here, you missed out last week because you pushed it. So I hope you didn't push it this week if you're here. 2. Oh, we got one. 3, 2. Here, let's go here. 1. Is Zero Brain here? Did you have nightmares about missing out on the drawing? 1. Got a nice even. Oh, there we go. 3, 2, 1. Kittrell, welcome. Half. Quarter. Okay. Those are very long seconds, of course. I'm about to hit it. Nobody has any excuses. Done. Okay, nobody got in there. Let's create this. Who do we got? Redacted. You were in there first. Who got in last? Simon. Simon got in last. Copy and paste. I have 15 days until I leave for Form Next. Let's go number between 1 and 15. 1 and 15. 15 days. I know, it's ridiculously soon. Whew, I have way too much to do between now and then. I had planned on not missing any streams, but I think I'm gonna, with this new visit to Stefan's shop, I'm gonna end up missing the second Sunday, which is probably a good thing because I was gonna get back late on Saturday and stream the next morning. That might have been a bit much. Let's see here. Phelps says 10. We'll do 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and spin. Tactical printing. Tactical printing. Are you here? Congratulations. Say something in chat if you're here. Oh yeah, I hope there aren't any delays on this, Adama. Tactical printing. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes from now because I forgot to set a timer. You get a little extra time. Tactical printing. Oh, there you are. Congrats. Congrats. Copy this. Awesome. Let me stop the timer so it doesn't startle me later. Okay, we are good. Let me bring up my draft email. There's that, and Europe is now doing biometric checks for non-EU visitors, so add a little time at the German border control. Oh, fun. Copy See that? If you would, because I'm still not 100% confident in my email, send me a quick response to confirm you get this. I think that would be the case for any winners going forward. I want to make sure I'm not missing any because emails aren't being sent just for a little while. So everything, let me double check I put the right thing there. Yes, okay. Just make sure I didn't screw something up. Tactical printing, congratulations. You have an email on its way to you. Congrats. Let's clean this up. Delete it from the description. And save. You can always say something in chat here too, Tactical Printing, if you got it. Just say got it. And at me, got it. Okay. For those of you who have stuck around for a little over 3 hours, here is a, oh, so you did get it, awesome. Let me see. Oh, I guess I get my milestone chat. Hi. Been a member of my own channel for 23 months. Got it, awesome. That's good to hear. Membership gifting, here we go. Here's the 5 memberships I can give away. Thank you, Andres. Let me unpin this, there we go. Message unpinned, link removed, memberships given. I will give the other 5 on a Wednesday stream. Unless it gets too close to the end of the month, then I'll just get them out there. So, oh, I'm not sure when. What are we doing? We're not done here today, by the way. Stick around. We're not done. When am I doing? So we have the 8th, the 15th is a possibility, or the 29th. Ooh. I am going to aim for a Saturday stream on the 15th. Because I have a feeling that my 29th is going to be very, very busy. This will be the member stream on the 15th. I'm going to aim for that. I don't know what we're doing, but that's what I'm going to aim for. Shuffle, thanks for being a member. Raj, things started going through and I got distracted. I hadn't tried it yet, but as far as I know, I haven't received any errors that I was getting before. So I suspect that the support message I put in was quietly addressed. Hey, Jason. So yes, Raj, I very much appreciate that. And I need to go through it. Just my squirrel brain has made it so I have not gotten to that yet. But immediately I had stopped getting return errors. Okay, so I am kind of straightening up here a bit. We're going to bring the printer over and see if we have any wiring interface issues. And we're going to start looking at how, now that we have a tool head assembled, we're going to look at how the umbilical wiring is going to go. And I'm going to wire this guy in between streams. Move this stuff out of the way. We'll need this guy. Can you put the charity stream pinned up? That is a good idea. We are raiding over there. So when I am done, we will be sending you to the 1440 Makers World Central Kitchen charity stream. I'm being told this is a from Grant that this is a charity that does have a perfect record on all of the charity review sites. I'm just being told by that, but I trust Grant's research. Just confirm that the filament sensor pin in the config is correct and the pinout is wrong. Oh, okay. We're not using that filament sensor port, so I'll keep that in mind for the future though. I need a micro USB to USB-C cable. Did the one you bought for the Tic Tac work properly? Yes, it did. Dropped you a link in DMs to read about the new travel itinerary thing. Oh, the new travel thingy. Okay. Raid. Do we have someone raiding in? It doesn't pop up for me. Let me put some of this stuff away. Let's get the printer up on here. Oh, I'm rating there. Yeah. Where is, let me get that link to their stream. 1440. Let's share, copy that link. 1440, charity stream, rating after this. So there we go. Yeah, so I'll automatically send you over there after this stream ends, which will probably be another 45 minutes or so. That'll give me an hour in between, because I will be on the content creators panel. So I will be over there starting at, well, in about an hour and 45 minutes. So that'll give me a chance to get something to eat and relax for a little bit before I go and spend a few hours on that. Okay, things are out of the way. Let's bring the printer up here. You go. Okay, so things we have done, and maybe I'll just go ahead and trim these belts now because there's no reason not to, and they're just in the way. So get a thing here. And we'll make sure that we trim these evenly because everything is even right now. So I'm going to trim these right. Same as the other, leaving two teeth out. There we go. Okay, it is trimmed. No going back. But now it'll hit the end stop without binding up the belts. So, what is going to be the easiest way to do this? Probably, let's do this. Is that gonna? Hey, there we go. These are the pins that would be in the way of the additional board mount. D. Randolph. Is this the David Randolph? Have you been hit by using the whole, no, you haven't been hit, but your YouTube name. Welcome. Is this the proprietor of a very cavernous, gigantic new warehouse? Everyone say hi, David. Okay, let's see how this is going to work. This back just a little more. Isn't that camera nice? So, there you are. Wrong account. Welcome. Okay, so yeah, I don't see anything in danger of catching, so I'm pretty pleased with that. Let's see if I can get an even tighter view. Oh, oh. Yeah, there's nothing in the way. The printed solid guy, yes. Yeah, so YouTube is doing this, trying to keep accounts unique. So that's pretty clean. I like it. I'm pleased. He is. He is solid. 100% infill. PPS. Funny. Still has not changed on the 1440 stream. Oh, really? This? Let's see here. Awesome. Got that. I got a picture of David here. Let's see. Got a picture of David here. Where is that? Give me just a second. Here we are. Here's a picture of David. Great picture. Doing what David does. Okay, so what I want to do, great picture. So now I want to play around with umbilical wiring. So we have this wire that comes with the EBB Gen 2. So this, we're gonna see how, ooh, this is gonna be a good check as well. So my plan is to plug that in and then take a pretty tight bend over here. Now, hopefully with that, that's going to be a tight bend, but hopefully it doesn't, it'll be stable. So if it's not moving, then it's not going to cause any problems. So we're going to just go ahead and do some full testing here. Gonna go something like that. Just go ahead and put both on here. This is going to be important to test. The new space is incredible. Yeah. Okay. So if that goes there, we relieve all stress off of here. Safety squints. And then my plan was to come down and around, but I think that's going to be a bad idea. I think I'm just going to have to come kind of around like this. And I've already see that I'm a little tight over here. So this was kind of the idea. Here, let's try this. Pull this off. Let's come around like that, but I want this to be, I think I've got plenty of room back here. I don't think there's any issues with running into anything in the back. Yeah, I can't go under the board. I think that would interfere. I think that's pretty certainly a bad idea. I don't know if any of this is a great idea. I just want to try it because I don't like coming straight off of this. Even if this is all zip tied in place, this little point here becomes a pain point, and it doesn't give a lot of, this is basically a Trident, so there's not a lot of above board tool head room. We're gonna check all this. This is why we're testing. I don't know that there's any tool head board interferences. Okay, and then this plugs back in there. I know I'm out of camera view, but there we go. So then this comes up. This is now the left side of the right tool, but had to step away for a bit. Yeah, let's see here. Doot. That's there, and then this would be coming around. This off. You installing to watch a show with partner. Have a good night. See ya. So one of the problems with this particular wire they use is they do bundle it this way. It would be better to, if they could, wrap this in a coil rather than folded like this. It would be much better if it was in a coil. Can I go any higher? Nope. So this would be something like this. And oop. Gotta push on the carriage and not that. Meaning when the left tool is on and the right tool is parked. Looks like it might be a bit tight on the left side for the right tool. Let's do this. Let's try this. I got to pull all this wiring out, so let's do that. I haven't done that yet. This worked out really well, but I can't use that same cable, I don't think, reliably. So I need to pull all this out. It's been okay, and then could use a setup like the one Core One has for the umbilicals. The problem is with two tool heads here. I think that might be it might not be ideal. A couple more slightly bigger zip ties. Where are you planning for your umbilicals? Internal or up through the vent port? Internal. So I do have a plan for the umbilicals that I think is going to work out pretty well. I want to try putting this in here. There we go. That'll work. And I'm going to do a similar, I think I'm going to do a similar setup to what the last was, with both coming around there. But if I did this reach all the way over, so we got to pull a little bit more through. Where are you planning on your umbilical? Oh yeah. So I just want to make sure that this can reach all the way over. You ever wish you could go back to previous printer after upgrading? No, I haven't. Okay, so if that does that, that's probably about the, let's just tighten that down. This comes across here. Back. This all just kind of gets pushed out of the way. And then round that way. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's going to slide on the top panel, but that's okay. Oops, I keep trying to push on the tool head, but that doesn't work with this. So if that was like that, and then basically the other one would be the opposite. So then my idea here for umbilical routing is this guy would come over here and come down through the regular Trident spot here. Just kind of a come around just like that. But on this side, I was going to make a printed protector here and run it through the CNC. So basically, if we were pretending we're coming this way, we would anchor to the frame here, but then have a little 3D printed part that snaps in here with a hole in the middle. So I don't accidentally hit the pulleys and stuff and come down through here and around. And I probably don't even need that with this cable. I could probably just, I mean, right there, it would be fine. It's not rubbing on anything right there. So yeah, the 4-pin Molex fits. I just pushed it through on both of them. And honestly, like I said, I don't need any kind of protection here. If I just kind of anchor this and push the wire in the right spot, it's gonna go off to the side here. So I'm fairly okay. I think I'm pretty okay with that. I'm pretty okay with that. And I'm pretty okay with the way this cable is running right now. Let's put a dock on here. Let's play around with the docks and see what those look like for the next half an hour or so. So the idea here is the rest of this is we're going to play around with plans. I'm going to, if there's any things I need to work on to implement those plans next stream, I'll do that between streams. Pull all these off. And next stream will be actually getting the other tool head on, getting all the wiring finished, hooking things up in the bottom, and maybe powering it on. Maybe powering it all on next stream, I think. If you have the left tool on, it won't hit that one part. What do you mean? What do you mean, Telxoid? I'm running the Y end stop wire along the rear left frame. Upright umbilical cable should be okay there too. Yeah, and I have my Y end stop right here. I fixed that. That's the one that I had the hole spacing wrong. That's fixed and installed. So Y end stop is there. X end stop is here. If you have the left tool on, it won't hit that one part. So this is the left tool. So, right, you would consider that the left tool. It's gonna dock over here. And there's always gonna be an exclude zone here in the corner where we're not gonna be able to print. And it'll be in both corners. We're gonna have little exclude zones here in the corners. And then my plan here is because this particular setup with the Mad Max and stuff moves the tool head board, the tool head, the nozzle location forward 4 millimeters or so, 3 or 4 millimeters. I can't hit my nudge back here. I can't hit nudge. So I'm gonna mount nudge right dead center in the front and poke it up right here because I have tons of travel in the front to hit it. Now that is a problem for flex sheets that have a tab in the center front. That would not work for someone that has that. If it is a square sheet, you could move it to the side so the tab doesn't stick out the front. For my setup, I'm gonna be able to get away with it because I'm mostly gonna be using these Prusa sheets because I even put locating tabs back there. If you see locating tabs here. And I have a Graviflex on here. I didn't realize I'd put Graviflex on this one. I just had a magnet failure on a printer, so that has me paying attention. Okay, how are we doing? Because the extruder is offset to the left, your tightest spot will be on the left side of the left tool when it's parked. I mean, do you see? I'm not outside of the envelope here with the cable and stuff. Yeah, and I'm not running into anything in the back. I think my little loop setup is going to work. Right tool when it's parked. Okay. Well, we need to build the right tool and get it on here, huh? We'll figure that out next stream. But we can work on a little bit of figuring out the docks. A little bit of figuring out the docks. So I think this is this side and this. Okay, so I modified the docks a little bit. So this is a tool dock, and this bolts onto the frame, which is a problem because I have my camera USB cable running down through here. But I'll just have to pull it out and run it. I'll probably have to notch this to get that to go through. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to run into something somewhere. Maybe notch it in front. Hey, John. Kitties are good, but they're not in here. Oscar came and visited for a second a little bit ago. Okay, so this is going to bolt here. I think my ultimate plan for this setup is this Vitali front idlers have nice mounting holes on them. I may build a dock that just bolts directly to the idlers on the front. But for this iteration, at least right now, we're going to go with basically one of the spec setups. So I think to start, I need to see what it takes to pull enough USB cable out of here. So let's figure that out. So I do have a seam right here. Oops. There we go. We'll just pull that right on out. And I've got a section that I had put in here. Just pull the whole thing, I think. Okay, so now I can get this out of the way. I think it's going to be easier to and safer to go outside on the front rather than at the back, because I could run into issues with the Z here. The swing one of the kittens like to lay on. Nice. And my camera fail in my Trident. I have the same camera you have in the printer. Yeah, these do tend to wear out with temperature. This one stopped working for a while and then started again. So I don't know what its current state is. Hey, Dat Moment. Clacky door would give me more clearance, but I don't have orange extrusions. I'd have to go something else. I'd have to go like space gray would probably be the only thing that would match well enough. Try water cooling the camera. Okay, so this guy goes here. There's some pins that can go in here. See if I have some pins. I don't know if it's these pins, because these might be 1/8 inch. And I think it's supposed to be 3mm. Let's see if these will work. I do have an 8. Is this 1/8 inch? Let's see. I think these are 1/8 inch because they're for the. Where is my? Oh, they're in the. Okay, we'll use this. Put my other calipers in the. Yeah, those are 1/8 inch. So let me grab my 1/8 inch reamer and we'll make this work. I think that might be it. Oh no, that's 3mm. 3mm. There it is. There's the 1/8 inch ring. And my drill. Where did my drill end up? Where did the drill end up? There it is. There it is. I know this, John. I said my calipers are in the other garage. I have to use my micrometer. I know the difference. Did you test those docks to make sure the holes line up with the A4T? Seem to recall updating spacing due to where things fit on the A4T. The docks were in the file I sent. I was not aware of that, Delxoid. So this may be a short experiment. That's okay. I was not aware of that. So we're just gonna ream these out to 8mm. Nice and slow and easy. Eighth inch, I mean, not 8mm. See, my stomach is growling and impacting my. This is always a user participation stream, John. You know that. We can do more of checking on this before I. So that just helps steady that up. But oh, what was that? Let's see. Just hold this up here, and it's too dark for me to see. Let's go to the Mad Max docks. Maybe okay, I've slept since then. Had to do tweaks for a few years, and since I was putting it on a Tridex with the tall front idlers. Ah. Okay, let's see here. Let's go, not that one, this one. And here. So we should be talking about, let's go. BIM instructions. Yeah, let's go here. Let's see where we're at, because we haven't looked at the instructions in a while, because we've been on A4T sidetrack for a couple of streams. Now we're back to Mad Max. So this is all Mad Max specific stuff. Back to there. So we have the carriage, that's done. Speed clips are done and fantastic. Belt clips, prep. Tool heads and docks. Most Mad Max tool heads use 3 or 4 M3 flathead cap screws sticking out the front, which slide into a dock and are held by magnets along with standard keyhole geometry. for each tool head. Do we know what size? Are these going to be like 8mm? What is going on? I'm not live in my preview. There we go. 6mm? Okay. Let's put some 6mm flatheads on here and just try it. 3 6mm flatheads. Not that. Let's get a... Now I want to make sure that we are screwing these in straight and perpendicular. I don't know how far, so we'll just go about that far. We're just gonna try it. The more we can kind of figure out today, the more I can be ready for next week, and the better chance we have of being in a place to have this done in a few weeks. This one was a little different. So I have a variety of hardware sources. This one is not the same as the others, so I'll grab one that is. Okay, so if I do that, bring this all the way forward, take this guy, so there's a possibility. Oh, those here. There's a. So that's the same. I could look at CAD. I think that's in line. But are these in line with each other? Yeah, it does look like it. And put a straight edge on there. Okay. I think we're okay. So then the idea is we press magnets into here. Is there a stop for those? I don't know how far we press them in, because this one needs to be pressed in to a... So if I press a magnet in there, I'd like to, what time is it? We have 15 minutes. I bet you we can get some magnets pressed in, this mounted, and we can move this around and do kind of a mock tool head pickup and release. So I can get 2 magnets here and 1 more. There's a stop. They basically go up to the front of where the keyhole screws go in. Okay. So there's 3 N52 magnets. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but my new magnet storage system is working pretty well. You like it? I just reach up here and grab when I need a magnet. Oh, I never turned on my overhead lights. Oh well. I probably don't actually need them. Okay. Let's go ahead and do this. So orientation doesn't matter on these, but I will try to get them basically the same. It's not aluminum tube, it's conduit. It's stuff left over from rep racks. So this should go in like that, huh? So I imagine that side would be nice and flush. And then probably use a little tighter on these, so. But I think it'll be okay. Because there's nothing on this pulling them out. Everything is pulling them into there. So. And then for this, I think I'll grab a screw. And push that in this way. Probably a shorter screw. Little, oh, maybe a flat head would work better. Just one of these flat heads. Magnet polarity shouldn't matter on this because we're just attracted to the screw heads here. There's no second magnet, but I am putting them all in the same way, just because. Ooh, okay. Oh, nope. There's another magnet there. I would have been better off putting in this deep one first. It would have been harder to figure out which magnet to which polarities if I wanted to keep them the same. But is that all the way in? Doesn't seem like it's as in as the others. Oh, there we go. That went in further. Yep. So those all look like they're in the same amount. Don't use titanium screws, yeah. Don't use stainless steel screws. Oh, let me get that back. There we go. Okay. So there are pins in there to help make that rigid. And then there's some screws that go through here, and I think these are sized. Let's see, it's my little ruler. Oh, let's use the bigger ruler. I don't know where the little one is. So if these are, say, 30, might be 35s it needs. Yeah, need 35s. 35 button heads, which is not a normal size, but I'm pretty sure I have them. Oh, I have socket head. I do not have button heads. We'll use some socket heads then. My stomach is growling. 35s look like that is good. That one could be a 30, but these other two need to be 35. Doesn't matter. I need a 5 nut. Daniel, I'm gonna see you in a little bit. Welcome. Okay, so that bolts it together. Make sure that's not gonna scrape on the bottom. Nope. Okay. And then we're gonna just kind of tweak this out of the way and get that up in there. So a couple of M5. You modded yours to use socket heads? Well, the socket heads worked fine. Yeah. And the socket head's a smaller head than the... Okay, you're not gonna fit well. Just keep trying until I find one. Yep, there's one. Nope. Bye. There we go. There's 2. Okay. Now, that up there and that there. This is exciting. We get to mock up a tool change, or at least a dock and undock. So now this is going to move up. This is going to move over. And this in line. Something like that, I think. Oh. Yeah, right there. It's really close. So we should be able to there we go. Now the particular motion, the machine is going to be able to do that a whole lot better than I will. Wow. Yeah, that'll work a lot better. Now this needs to be tighter. Needs to be a little tighter on those. So let's pull this off and turn these in just a little bit. Oop, wrong screwdriver. Wrong one. That'll work. Is there any, like, be interesting if there was a tool or something or a jig to help figure out. Those are about the same. Let's see. That front one needs to be in. Yeah, all of them need to be in a bit more, quite a bit more. Almost to where it looks like you should just barely bury the threads. Is what my guess is. $800 to the 1440 stream. Wow. There, that's a lot more steady. And then you come around, do the thing, then come back. Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of, I think what I'm seeing kind of what you were talking about, Tuxoid. I'm not sure that the alignment is perfect for this. Let me see if I can tweak that with these. Nope, that doesn't move at all, so let me move it down just a hair though. That's not all the way in, so that's good, but I think the back one is too buried. So let's undo this one by half a thread, and maybe the front one in by just a smidge. Okay. Where's the other things? Let me put my nozzle in here because it just feels incomplete. I should have done it in 720, some people. Just print the mating plate of the dock, then you can screw down to it. Well, it needs to have some play. You can set the screw depth before you fit the magnets into the dock before. You could, but this isn't too bad either. Okay, that front one needs to be just a little bit more. That's probably pretty good. Okay, that felt good. The time before that, when I released it, then I pushed on here, it settled into place. What we want to make sure happens is when this releases, and at least I think that's what we want to make sure happens, is when this comes up, like I said, the printer's going to be a whole lot better at that. But when we release this, this shouldn't push back anymore, and it didn't. It didn't settle. It's all there. I think it's looking okay, Toxoid. I'm feeling pretty confident with that. We've got a tool on a dock though. That's pretty good progress. We got a tool on a dock. See you, Phil. That is pretty fantastic. We have a tool on a dock. Just imagine, next week we'll have one over here, and then I'm going to need to cut a groove in this, and I might cut it a little high just so I still have the support along there. I'll cut a groove in that to where this wire can come around. It looks like I have enough wire to do that with, so there we go. Get those out, and then we can put all that back in. But I'll just model a groove in here and reprint one of these. We have a single tool changer. We do. I mean, one of the use cases Rencho has mentioned, maybe others have mentioned, is this does make for a very easy to service tool head. I'm happy. We have made some really good progress here. As those magnets are strong though. I think we need them to be though. So relax. I am relaxed. Now the head can relay from time to time. That is awesome. Great, thanks for the great stream. Yeah, thanks, Holtz. If I can make something integrated into these idlers, I can move it even closer. Well, let's see. Yeah, I've got probably 10 millimeters that I could gain back by moving this that way. I don't know if I can move it 10 millimeters over. But just based on how much travel I have back here of the tool head, I think, yeah, the dock, I mean, you bump it, I think it's pretty good. We'll see. Oh, tool head cable. So nice for tool maintenance. Does make a case for making it easy to remove the signal cable. How so? Yeah, I have not done myself favors there. If I want to actually fully remove this tool head, I do have to pull off disconnect a few things. But after a short time, these are going to kind of form to this shape, and it won't be as bad. There are a couple more zip ties I need to put in here to hold the cable in place, or that strain relief. But I think I'm happy with this little loop around setup that I've got going here. But this is pretty fantastic. I'm happy. Wednesday, I am not sure what I'm going to do, if I'm going to do. It really depends. I have a major project, non-printer related, that I have to get done. So if I have an opportunity to make progress on that on Wednesday, then I'll probably skip another Wednesday stream. They are intended for me to catch up, so it kind of defeats the purpose if they keep me from being caught up on other projects. So keep an eye out. If I find something I really want to do on Wednesday, then I'll schedule it. If not, then we'll be back here on Sunday, and I'll have the other tool head assembled by then, and I may, if I get time, have alternate docks on here. This was important to show how this works. But really, there's not going to be any functional difference. It'll just give me more space. And if I'm going to configure this, I would probably rather configure it in what I want to be the final setup. Yeah, and the umbilical does look, it is nicely here. And it'll be basically a very similar setup that I had on the old. If you don't remember, the additional piece is the PTFE will also be coming through this dual 45-degree inlet that I was using before. And that worked well on the last setup. So I have hopes and expectations that it'll work well for this also. It'll kind of follow the same path as the wire. Is there a non-CNC version of those compact idlers? Yeah, look for the beefy front idlers, BFIs from Klee. There is a design issue with these. I don't know how much big of a deal it is, but these are rigid and they are 2 screws adjusting them. One of these, I mean, I can loosen this by finger. One of these is always going to be loose. You're never going to get this to the point where both of them are equally tight. You will be able to loosen one of these, and it's not going to impact the belt tension, but a center screw would have been a whole lot better. Telxoid, this is out on my GitHub. This is out on my GitHub. If you go out there and printer stuff, I do have this out there. So. Anyway, this was good. We made good progress. I mean, we wiring, it was an entire wiring stream, but I am really pleased that that is clean. Hopefully the Revo PZ works well for this. The screen looks too small now. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, I didn't have any issues with the, like I said, I increased the wire length a little bit. Everything went together well for the LEDs for the other tool head. Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks for the gifted memberships. Thanks Polymaker for letting me give away a roll of filament every stream. Keep an eye out for a Wednesday stream. Otherwise, we will see you next Sunday. Wiring and got a docking, yep. So, thanks, have a good week. Hope to see you next stream. Take care everyone, enjoy the build. Bye.